The fierce Chapral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yaktel. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here, where the Chapral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozumautka.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
Is the Chapral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. Don't worry, buddy, I won't bother you. That must be Yoshi P's ether current. Oh my god, this place. Necrosis, that's an awful name. Good, everyone's accounted for. Big Brush is up ahead. Let's be on our way. Just so you know, I shall be very cross if you push me. Ah, the temptation is so great. Are all cenotes zip, I wonder? I've fallen into I'd harbor enough times to be a professional diver. There's no way I'd fall into something like this on accident. Famous last words? Ernville was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Ready to head on in? Our first task should be finding the elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. The third promise and her retinue, I presume. You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of the Stars at the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? And who might that be? There is but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him. What is that?
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with Ligarmanda in the first place.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As a Brash Rash, I have the honor of serving as elector on behalf of my people. As all four claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise. If you would please join us. Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Twelve forbid Wuklam out his paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Oh man.
Claimants, please present your colors.
I have red.
Blue. On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red. Which means...
Together again, as fate would have it.
Bless.
victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Not the one-hit.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Chebral cuisine. Shibruk Bibil.
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say? Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
Absolutely.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future. The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
Why do I feel like those two have probably never cooked in their lives?
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. What's it like, I wonder?
Where's Willamette? There we go. I consider myself a connoisseur of all things taste naturally, but this is the first I've heard of Shibruk Bibil. Well, Bibil I actually absolutely know. I would like to learn more about the Shibruk part here. Do you suppose the first promise on Bakulda that we were matching aprons? I really hope so. Yeah, Alice, I am absolutely in with this. If it doesn't happen, I may actually riot. Okay. How fortunate that these fit's unique stipulations are frustrated by Cool Jaja's attempts to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong and obviously has a mind or strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Yeah, of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Precisely. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition has a team of 6, the two claimants, Sarilja and Bakul Jaja's Lahi. While we are a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilize. With the tasks suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could have been easily avoided. I believe Riley's talking about having too many cooks in one kitchen. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for Shibruk Pivil. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Shral people. Let us gather here once we have seen what clues this village has to offer. Bollies? I dearly hope that's an actual joke on the type of ice treat. Let's go to the edges first. The recipe for Shirbuk Pivil? I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Hunmuruk himself. But your mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still Ibruk to be had at market. Wink wink. Not nudge nudge. Huh. A little tippy tappy. We ought to cut our losses and head to Mamuk. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think he won't tan our hides for later if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. Difficult can be a second time. What are you looking at, sad liquor? Mind your own business. Ah, how much I would enjoy turning those two into purses. No. You're kidding. That's... Wow. I'm sort of odd, but I'm pretty sure what I'm odd at. It will come up later on this quest. So I'm just gonna shut up on this and just like stop gushing. Oh no! It appears I've gone and dropped my Najul. I mean, Jatika banana peel. I could barely see it for all the steam issuing from my underground oven. Ah, there's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use the leaves in your cooking. That was a little bit over the top, friend, but I appreciate you. Also, that is an amazing banana. I wish my bananas were that colorful. Huh? What are you plotting at? Just a couple seconds. Oh. Well, if it's just a hangout spot, that's fine with me. Who is that last person I have to interact with? Oh, Vista. You know what? Oh, there we go. A number of spices, some entirely unfamiliar to you, are nestled in a basket. That one's called achiote. We mostly use it to add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. Excuse me 1 second. Yeah, this absolutely looking out to be exactly what I think it is. Standing on the edge of a cenote in the midst of a dense forest, the Ixpral's home village has a clearing open to the sky for stargazing. The name of the settlement means red brush, a fierce beast related to the curls, and this bold shade is painted liberally upon the walls of their wooden dwellings. Sorry, I'm back. What did we discover about Shibruk Pibil? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us directly. However many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish, and observation of their techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to Shibruk Pibil. But one in particular she attributed to all common Sped dishes. Achiote, she called it. I see. Then, if Shibruk Pibil is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alfino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook bearing bundles wrapped in the leaf of the najul, or banana in certain localities. It would seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles then, don't you? The squeaky flesh of a bipedal fish? As what would be expected of a dish called Shibruk Pibil, indeed. So, to summarize, this dish is one of Ibruk, flavored with a combination of spices that include achiote and steam underground within Najul, or banana leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, our ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forest while you were all exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and a wildy brook, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Leave it to a master gleaner. I mean, it is his job. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood, and I have some experience in gathering it. I love how 4 expansions later, gathering wood is still his specialty. I too should be glad to volunteer my aid. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I am happy to lead someone to a suitable Ibrook if they will perform the requisite deed. Alice? As for the Najul leaves, I believe I am capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find Najul in these parts. They only grow in the Jatika heartland, forests far below this. Such an execution may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This bit encourages our communication with the locals after all. Lamachi, Talke, would you accompany me on my errand? No better way to whet my appetite. Good. Let us be at our task about our tasks then. Come on, let's go and get those Najul leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. Let us see if there are Najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the Kukurengia mentioned might be persuaded to spare a few. Okay, dokie. What direction am I going? What are these guys doing? Just conversing, it seems. Must be a training center of some sort. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? Najul leaves, for purposes other than Shibruk people naturally. Unfortunately, I've just used up my last. You'll have to try to Lore Forest for more. Golmajik Grove is the source of the finest Najul leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. I had hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredient, then to the Jatika heartland we shall go. Allow me to save you a trip. Traveling there requires that you go through the Kiimbek Traverse. But it has caved in, due to the recent storm, I expect. What? But that means we can't get our Najul leaves. But we can, can't we? If there were no other way of procuring them, you wouldn't have suspended this feat or else altered this objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. That's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feast of repast with an empty stomach. You may find Shibruk Pivil to be a delicious but daunting fish to finish. I can't wait. Still, if there are no leaves here and we can travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all our ingredients? These feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the peoples and cultures of Tuliolal. So perhaps there is something about Shibruk Pivil that we have yet to learn. Something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. Oh, I see, like, who was the first to make it? Its history, that sort of thing. If it's Yaktel history you're interested in, you should start with the Old War. In the Shral and the Mamuja, right? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Shibruk Pivil. Huh? What does Team Ibruk have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach his feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war, the village of Ilion Aso. It lies a short distance to the east. The village of Ilion Aso. Understood. Thank you for your help. Come, let's go and see this place. Okay. Where it out? Seems we can just follow the path though. The village of Ilionaso must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. What the fuck? That is a scary ass thing. I think I'm not the only one who's like, what the fuck? I'm guessing that's a special hunt or something, but wow. Ruined settlement encountered. This place feels forgotten by time. So this is the village of Ilion Asu, or what's left of it. It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Oh! Look at you! I didn't know you were in Yaktel. I was picking up lumber from Ikrash when I heard the third promise was on her way to the site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Book Evil is a shipwright who came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. A pleasure. You're a member of the Third Promises Retinue, I presume? For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Kona. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Kona. That's a good name. A familiar name. Where have I heard... Kona? As in the second promise of Julial? Think I had addressed the Dawn servant's own son as some common retainer. Such disrespect cannot be excused. Please take up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again. I take no offense, so please do not dwell on it. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent? I understand you wish to learn about Shibruk Pibil. While I am forbidden by the Trash to divulge any information regarding its preparation, I would be happy to share what I know of Yaktel history. We'd appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Shbral and Mamulja was one of land. The Mamulja live in the lower forest, where the thick canopy obscures the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crop. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Shbral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favors higher ground, and the Shbral forces held the upper hand against invaders, rebuffing them time and time again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand. The Mulja were once a people as much at war with themselves as they were with others. The Hubigo, Bunewa, and Dopro all sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Shbral in battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hubigo and Bunewa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that partners of different clans could not have children together. But then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hubigo and Bunewa both, a two-headed Mamulja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually arising as a first Autarch, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the Autarch's rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and war soon came to a head. I think it best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and there I shall continue the tale. Oh, wow. Cinderfield is an appropriate name. By the 12. What happened here?
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit Cinderfield.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been.
The war over these lands began after the Yorqui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence,
A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours! If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace!
Puff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill deserve the bounty of this forest.
Huh?
Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us. Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end? That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil, and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda. What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Pelu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision
Our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chibral steamed najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more, their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chibral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us. What's wrong? Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
I never imagined our father was instrumental to Shibruk Pibil's invention. I hope I have been of sufficient service to the third promise. Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our people's myriad cultures, and we're doing the same now. Bananas still weigh heavily upon Kona's mind. That is a sentence. Bukavu has given us valuable insight to the origins of Shibruk Pibil. However, we are still no closer to procuring the necessary Layu leaves, unless... Tell me, was that historic feast commemorated in some fashion? With a monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. This was very much a battlefield. A horrifying one to that. Here it is. Offered up by the two factions, this weapon symbolized their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us through, especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Lamachi, Talke, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. Look here. This soil has been recently overturned. Oh! Someone buried the box. Well, well. I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but there they are. Fresh new leaves. Unmuruk's doing, I'd wager. There's a poetry in hiding them in this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. So did he plan this all days from the start? Thank you again, Wugevu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And, with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well, through promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance at the Feat of Reeds, I have been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All devised solutions to the Hanu ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ihihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tuliolal and what they hold dear. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. I don't think that was an insult to Kona, but I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Ikrash. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so, I'm famished. How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wukevu came along and helped us find them. Wukevu was here? I would like to say hello. Yeah, he gave us an important history lesson. That Gulu Jaja brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me a little, but to achieve sweet pace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the others of solutions. But how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Urianger and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we needed, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I am pleased to report that we are stuck with the finest firewood this forest had on offer. Spoken like a true expert. Aaronville and I found the Ari Brook, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much that its hunter fell down as another trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield achiote. I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Aye, through further inquiry did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one of us is versed in the culinary arts? I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. Can leave the rest to me. And you, I hope. As I recall, you are an accomplished culinarian. Oh, my mouth is watering already. Without further delay then.
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready. Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing!
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then. In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Bibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
This is delicious! The brook is so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najoli rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
An taco to you, good sir.
Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
Don't have to tell me twice. That was bliss. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
It was palatable enough, I suppose.
Wow.
To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Only 1 feet left.
One keystone to recover.
Well, I should get going then. I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
The sixth keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important. Was there any shipwreck people left? I could really use another helping.
That was so good. I'm already looking forward to having Chibuk Pibil again. Here, Tolkien. Kyle made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feed repast is over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, right? Oh yeah! Let us continue for as long as we can. We have been streaming for a long time already, so anything at this point is bonus, and we shall of course continue tomorrow. Seeing as we now face the penultimate object of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the feat of the Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Teamback Traverse, which connects the upper forest of the Datika heartland, is still impassable. Is there no other route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Then let us each use this time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village's surroundings. If Arenbil would oblige me with a tour? Very well. I have no other engagements. Then I will come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yagtel. Oh, that's right. Mabel did say something about the foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't she? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Tolkien? Sure. Got nothing else to do anyway. Let us reconvene here after our respective diversions. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at the market in Yagtel some 20 years ago. Anyone who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries where we can. That's a pretty convenient place to put a visual canopy. Imagine you like just walking around like la di da di da. Oh no! A foreign mage 20 years ago? Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. I only saw him in passing, mind. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be Hunmuruk. He was already Sprachrash then. A baby girl? It couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. If you want to know more about that mage, I suggest speaking with Humudruk. Sure to remember him. Hello again. Do you require assistance? A foreign mage passed through Ikbrash roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. A foreign mage did indeed visit Ikbrash, Master Galuf. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied? More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well. I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of the more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the Yokhui once dwelled in this forest. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed, but yes. Before they withdrew to Urkopacha some 5 centuries ago, the Yokhui claimed Yaktel as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forest, the Jatika heartland. Then that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you. Defenses march and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family. So believe me when I say that though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the third promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Talke. May I request a moment of your company? Sure? Go on. We'll wait for you. Interesting. What exactly do I have to do with any of this? Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind this village. I have my suspicions regarding the rush, but let's see if he confirms my suspicions. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Master Kryle's plea has softened my resolve. As a leader of our community, I am gladdened to see the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? Is that so? It seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Woodlagnat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born among the Xpral, So when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when I held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old. An accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Jatika heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and Shpral had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? But by targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminal sought to undermine the future of the Shpral. I was determined not to let them succeed. And so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. Dawn servant Ku Jaja. So she was born to lead the Shpral. Fate had a greater plan for Wuklamat. Only the Dawn servant and I know the truth. But now I must take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor towards the Shpral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. And so I ask, not as the Dawn servant's elector, but as a father, to watch over the third promise. Defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadow. Will you do this for me? Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliolal, but a concerned father. Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. Before we engage on the next quest, I suspected as much. His expression towards her, his hair color, his coloring in general, it just seemed very familiar. So like I had my suspicions started early on, but the truth is worse than I expected. That I don't know how to put this, but it's basically really, really ugly to learn that she may have been killed over exactly the thing that her father was trying to fix. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please do not keep the third promise waiting. It just kinda sucks in general. But that is, I guess, a promise of peace for you. It is a promise, but people are people. They make their own decisions and take their own actions. Oh. Okay. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh boy. Let's do this. You're back. So, what did Hanmudruk want? The secret. That's alright, you don't have to say. Keep your secrets. More importantly, the team Beck Travers isn't it here yet. Something about even more rocks. Then I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing has worn me out. A nap does sound tempting. A moment, promise. You're one of Bakul Jaja's. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that it would be most unwise. And why is that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? I think you want my axe out your ass. And they say house cats don't come when cold. Follow me, promise. Are we just letting... Okay, there we go.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us? Oh, Morok! Bakul Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you'll deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here. Take a good look at him. Go on, look. Surely you recognize your real father.
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted sellsword. She heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true? Is Homoruk my... Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
Despicable, heartless fiend. Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages. Come on then. You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight.
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue. By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him. Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Don't worry. Scary adventurer won't try anything funny.
Foreign scum! Who are you to mock me? And kill you all! Don't look away, Salty. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember?
I guess I'm fighting as her, aren't I?
I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people.
Come, you mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces. I'll cut you to shreds.
Damn it.
My magic should be more than enough for Miss Mutants.
I'll make you eat dirt.
No more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior?
Is no longer abusing me.
This rite has taught me so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
kitty, kitty, kitty.
I finally understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
It's time. Finish them. This is the end for you, kitten. No place.
Oh no! Shit. Gosh dang it. Gonna suck.
Not enough to claim the title of Dawn Servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
I'll grind you beneath my heel. Live it up, son. Why won't you die? Fine. I'll show you the true power of the blessed.
I will be the next Dawn Servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last. That's why there's no way I'll ever lose to the like of you.
What? But that was everything I had! I can't stand it anymore! Attack! This is our fight! Stay out of it! You bring shame upon us. You think we care about your stupid pride? This is for Mamuk! We cannot lose!
Ho ho! The great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army. You still won't win. I will prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
Such confidence! She wasn't like this before!
Well, I generally don't like this kind of duty, but that was fairly fun. It's poopy at times.
reclaim what you stole.
No. How could this be?
How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanuhanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
No. No.
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
Wait, he had the way blocked?
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you alright? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me...
Oh, shh.
It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Okay. But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter, and Tuli Hyolal's next Dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
Oh, that was interesting. Since we were last to return, I'm glad everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight even when it got dirty couldn't have been easy for you. But Bakul Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove to myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when I need it, of course. I know it better than that now.
the passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Bibil?
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tuli Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I failed to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
Don't think it comes naturally to anyone. Learning to be vulnerable in front of other people is very hard.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
Ona is an unexpectedly deep character. I did not expect to find myself liking him as much. Alright, let's see if Traverse is traversable now. So what's the state of the team back Traverse? Still being cleared, I assume. Muruk said he would notify us as soon as work was done. And perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Wuklamat's stolen keystone. The next feat will be our last after all. Oh, I already got it back. What? When? Not to mention how. This is the cool Jajas we started talking about. So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. You bested Bakul Jaja in a single combat? Bravo! What can I say? I had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news of their success. The team that Travers is now safe for travel. Then we can finally make for Mamuk. Come to think of it, isn't it Bakul Jaja's home? We can only hope its residents don't share his winning personality. If it is indeed the city where Ketenram first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility awaits us. I would not be so certain. It is true that the Dawn Servant received Ketenram in Mamuk, and was instrumental in the establishment of friendly relationships between the Xhral and Maulja. But since that time, most of the Mamulja who supported his peace have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk, and while these traditionalists do not take arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders. Whatever they're like, the people of Mamuk are also of Tuliulal. If I'm to be Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from, and eat so much Shibruk Pibil besides. Thank you for everything, Hamuruk. Till next time, take care. First, we make our way across the Shobrit Cinderfield, due southeast. How you have grown indeed. Okay. That is a fair bit far. I'm just gonna kinda keep taking in the sights. I wonder how the name of these guys is spelled. Chaicha? Ow. We'll go out. Fine. Just take that little ravine over there. Okay, we're finally at the Cinderfield. For many years, savage war between the Xpral and the Mamolia raged back and forth across this scarred stretch of land. Siege armaments and defensive works yet littered the field decades after the conflict's end, and even the forest greenery seems hesitant to reclaim its ancient expanse. Quite sad in all honesty. Okay, some greenery here. I filled my bag with Shirupi Bill before we left, but I'm down to my last serving already. If Bakul Jaja ran in this direction after losing to Uklamat, then he undoubtedly was returning to Mamuk. After seeing that battlefield, I find it miraculous that the Dawn Servant was able to negotiate a peace. I wonder if the first and second promises have already arrived in Mamuk. The traverse will bring us straight into the Jalatika heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? Path is quite steep, isn't it? Let us take our time and descend safely. I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently Bakul Jaja cleared away the one fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. That Wuklamat single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. Still, we ought to proceed with caution. There is no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. I am honestly less concerned about his wounded pride and more concerned about his wounded ego. That guy seems to be after absolutely nothing but proving himself, proving his ego to someone. Anvil said this traverse was dug to facilitate incursions into the forest above. Intentions notwithstanding, you have to admire the dedication. This looks oddly like some of those caves in are it Pagos? It may have been Pagos in Eureka. Quite beautiful. If very dark. Whoa. We have descended into the deep sea of forests. Look at this thing. What a vibrant glow. Alluring, isn't it? In more ways than one. Take my parent stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. As you hold the pairing stone in the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. Pairing stones are natural magnets, and that's a meteorite filled with iron. One of the many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. The heterogeneous ether they emit causes surrounding flora to glow unique hues, as you can see. So these glowing boulders came plummeting down from the heavens? Idral me merciful. There you are. Blue! It's not blue! A far cry from the upper forest, indeed. The place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamuk can tell us about it. Keep running. We're almost there. We continue on the path or go down to the wilds? Let's go down the path. There will be plenty of time to go down through the wilds. And here we are. Now to find the elector. I wonder what the final feat will be. Rather more quiet than I expected. Now to see whether or not Hunmuruk's fears were founded. As this is also my first time visiting Mamuk, I have no experience interacting with locals. But given Hunmuruk's parting words, I would advise a cautionary approach. See if you can convince Wuklamat to be cautious as well. Well, we all know what comes next. Let's find that elector. Two streets seem to converge upon this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. Given Hunmuruk's guidance, I also suggest that we err on the side of caution and move through the city in pairs. Erenville can come with me, and Alice can go with Cryle. At least Talke to accompany Wuklamat. If these arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, then may our respective searches prove fruitful. Not yet. Almost there, but not yet. Hirle has no intention of speaking with you. Is everybody gonna be like that? Yeah. We are not welcome here. Whoa. Belligerent, you say? Okay. Your words may as well be ambient noise for all the care the citizen pays you. As you begin to speak, the man abruptly turns and leaves. This could be a problem. Please tell me you've had better luck. No one will talk to you either? I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. That building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go and take a look. A merchant wouldn't ignore us, surely? Hello there. We'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Well, long, outsiders. We're just trying to find someone, the Dawntrail selector. Could you tell us where they are? How are we supposed to find the elector if no one will even speak with us? Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure to the west side of the city as quickly as you can.
Up there.
Bested by a mere shade.
Sorolcha? Papa?
Not as you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
The Channeler is Irelja, Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the Feet of the Brotherhood.
Dully-Yolar's mightiest warrior, yet wisest you are not. You who spurned your retainer's aid when battering your betters.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short, but that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed elector.
Oh?
Soralja! As of this moment, you are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession. Be gone from my sight.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
Hmm.
When Sorolcha was defeated, he tried to take the keystone by force, but he was thwarted by Father Shade.
My dearest child,
Welcome home.
Oh no.
This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Gulul Jaja. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets. What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What keystones you lack, you can easily take.
He's already tried.
I tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors? You are as useless as your siblings. A failure. Leave and never return! You have no place here!
Let's go, brother.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it! But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant.
If that is Bakul Jaja's father, much was explained in this cutscene.
So come, stand before me, and fall.
I won't do your trial.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn.
Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further.
Promise. I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
I've heard about this channeling art before. As done through a certain clan, it employs arcane implements to produce a smoke from which the mage can conjure a shade. It's hard to believe Soroja was bested in battle. That was a dramatic escalation. First promises attendant just now. His words not strike you as strange? I will be the one to reach the Golden City. Though he intends to venture there with or without Sorrel Jaw. The lectors we have met thus far have all had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge claimants equally. This Cyril Jaw, however, seems set in his belief that only blessed siblings are worthy of the throne. Why would the Dawn servant name an openly biased man a lector? Worrying over Cyrilogia won't get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we arrived. We should go and meet her, hear what she has to say. The western outskirts, right? Let's go that way. If Cyrilogia is Bunewa and she is Hubigo, then... Finally, a real conversation! Whatever her relation to Cyrilogia, I hope we can trust her. We could do with at least one ally in the city. She looks troubled. To be thus meet her in private, this is both an important and delicate matter. Thank you for coming. My name is Milarja. Here we may talk freely, away from prying eyes. And what was it that you wished to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we don't have much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us. All who remain in the city are devoted to the traditional ways. They believe that blessed siblings are superior, that only they are worthy to lead the peoples of this continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them beneath notice. Sounds like an ideal community so far as Bakul Jaja is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth aloud. Yet now we have an opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Bakul Jaja. You, Shral, inferior by all presumptions, triumph over our two-headed champion. This time anyway. Next time I may not be so lucky. Bakul Jaja is just that strong. I seriously don't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he'd do better if he just trusted his own abilities. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. Mula Jaja of the Silver Scales for one. They traveled across the salt in search of conquest only to be overcome. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still believed in the blessed sibling supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Tural under one rule, who in their eyes stands as testament to the tradition's infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and claimant of his legacy, your triumph could prove that Gulu Jaja's true strength lies not in his birth, but in his character. And in so doing, you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. can understand wanting to forsake Silotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Mamulja going a bit far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. There is a place. It will help you to understand their plight. It lies far to the west of me. Follow me. I absolutely love this place. Look at the colors in those leaves. These are the Najul trees. And can I get one for my house, please? That is one massive cenote. Is that a meteorite up there? Aye. And judging by their attachment, the tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique ether. Anyway, we should press on. Milaja was anxious for us to see whatever she has to show us. An arboreal sea of blue-glowing trees and deep cenotes, this first of the brethren is the spiritual homeland of the Mamulja. Although little sunlight penetrates the dense canopy, the pulsing ambient ether provides a constant source of soft, cerulean illumination. The canopy blocks out the sun so completely it's as if we are in a room without our windows. A hunting camp like as not. I love to talk to Mamulja hunters and learn about their ways, except they probably ignore me. The others have continued on. Let's catch up to them. Is this the place you wanted to show us? It lies just beyond this passage. Entry to these grounds is not permitted even to the devout. Nonetheless, I would reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility. Come, see for yourself the truth of the blessed.
shouldn't have looked down.
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
The work of Yakui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
Beautiful.
A cool cha-cha.
What? Couldn't wait to laugh at the failure?
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother!
The third promise seeks to learn about Mamuk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
Fine. Perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are. Here. This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Babulja. An infant. We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits. Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibral was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with two heads and tremendous power.
When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Shibral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above. That taste of victory awakened our greed. We became
obsessed with conceiving more and more of these superior children, no matter the cost. Of the countless born, most die, trapped in their shells. Only 1 in 100 survive. If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters, who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. Nothing. But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice. I should never have been born.
That's not true.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths. The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours. Since when do you let others push you around, Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Taral. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here. Moshutural Zush. There we will gather the people, and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends Ehubiko and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them. I'm sorry for what I've said and done. I don't expect your forgiveness.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them. Which is to say, you're not a complete alpaca's ass.
Like, here I am crying and... Okay, I kind of appreciate that.
interesting, after all.
Finally, someone said it. Holy smokes.
Indeed. So let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamuk. We have much to discover.
I did not expect our foray into Mamuk to be the place where I was going to break down. I need a moment to compose myself. I shouldn't take more than 2 minutes, but I shall be right back. Hey Talke, before we're reading the others, can we talk for a moment? I really hated him, you know? A cool Jaja, with every fiber of my being. He tried to ruin Hihana, sabotages on the river, kidnapped me for my keystone, and released the most vicious Dural Vidral of all time. Anything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years could I forgive him. But the moment I understood why he did what he did, the pain he's been carrying this whole time, all my anger just evaporated. Before we ask her this, I do not think his pain justifies his actions. I think his pain motivates them and give him strength, but they do not justify them. I hear you, but Cool Jaja's motives don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them like anyone else. But right now, my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamuk feels desperate enough to go to such lengths ever again. Anyway, thanks for listening. Now that I've voiced that, I feel readier for the challenges ahead. Come on, let's head back to the city. Bakul Jaja's scale represents his faith in us. We won't fail him or his people. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Milalja, Moshuturalsuj is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. It should afford us the privacy we require. We must work quickly lest Cyrilja discover our intentions. Fortunately, Bakul Jaja thought to give us additional skills, so we might cover more ground in less time. Everyone should take one and get going. Use them to gather as many people as you can. My concern is that Cyrilja might notice the absence of people. Okay, let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folks to end the near. Did I not tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking with the likes of you. Blessed scale? In an outsider's hands? What business do you have with me? So, Bakul Jaja sent you to call an assembly. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to Moshutural Suj at once. That's Kale. If the Blessed trust you, then so will I. So, what is it that you require of me? A cool Jaja bids us come to Moshutural Zush? A strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. Have you managed to gather some of the good folks? Wonderful. The Simba Cool Jaja will be pleased. This fellow here is coming to Moshutural Zush as well. Moshutural. Moshutural. I am very curious for the roots of the languages here. Apparently, there's an Ajul nursery to the west called Golmagic Grove. Would you go and see who you can talk to there as well? I'll meet you in Moshutural Zush afterwards. There's just one more person I need to find. Oh wow. That is amazing. Leave this place, outsider. Oh, my apologies. I wasn't aware. I thank you, blessed Scalebearer, for bringing me word of this gathering. I shall await to Moshutural Zush at once. Where's Wuklamat? Sorry to keep you waiting. You invited the second promise as well? Lamachi, need I remind you that this rite is a competition? Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize for your own benefit. I have barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. I need your help. To complete the feat? No. Mamuk has a problem I can't solve on my own, and you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so that we may come up with a way to help them. Very well. I am at your disposal. Everyone, thank you for gathering on such short notice. I am Muklamat, third promise of Tuliolal. Promise? I thought you served Bakul Jaja. You deceived us? No, they did not. scales they showed you were mine. I entrusted them to the Third Promise and her retinue. Why honor this outsider so? Because Wukalamat has won my trust. Now you will hear her words. Bakul Jaja shared with me the truth about blessed siblings, about the price you paid to conceive them. As an outsider to your community, it is not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experiences of its people, of their lives and their land. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. If any here wish to break from the cycle of tragedy that creating blessed siblings demands, I ask that you join us. Please. I don't want any more of our children to die. Think we want this? We have no choice. Only blessed siblings can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak with the Third Promise. Share with her your worries and your pain, and together we may find a way forward. Together? If she is trustworthy, then I will speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence. Let's keep an eye out for Cyrilja. It wouldn't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we will be better equipped to help them. Let's make sure they feel heard. Okalamat risks our standing in the right to attend to her people's needs. This is a degree of selflessness few can claim to share. Now we come to the heart of it. Not even I imagined that my sister would one day befriend Bakul Jaja. Belief in blessed siblings and the salvation they would bring has sustained me for years and years. But if there's another way, if the Third Promise can truly help us, I don't know what to think or how to feel about this. An end to blessed siblings? I'm sure my son would have preferred to stay, but his presence alone still greatly sways our people's behavior. Even if Bakul Jaja trusts the Third Promise, I don't know if I'm comfortable discussing this with her. I'm glad Kona agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much. But I'll support Mamuk's people however I can. By combining our respective strengths, we'll help them discover a new source of hope. I know we will. Alright, Talker. Before we start, to make sure we're remembering our history correctly. The Mamulja and Ekshbral fought for centuries over the land in the upper forest, but due to infighting, Mamulja forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hubigo and Bunewa clans intermarried, and that's how blessed siblings were first conceived. With that in mind, let's talk to the people and learn why they rely on blessed siblings. Blessed siblings promise us more than strength. They promise us the sun. This forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tuliyual, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. Blessed siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest, to lead us to the fertile land above, where we might make a place for Mamulja to abide in peace and aplenty. So you desire fertile land, one that's all your own. This land was once rich with ore, but the Yokui did not stop digging until all the veins were spent. The meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we made overtures to traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happier than to make a good life for my family in the place where I was born. But that's impossible. So with resources as sparse as they are, you don't have good prospects for trade. As you'll have noticed, this forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it to the canopy, so it feels like it's always night. We plow, we fertilize, we irrigate, yet our crops shrivel and die as so cursed. The only one that grows well is Najul, Jatika banana in Turali. Try living on that and a little less for a few centuries and see how you like it. A forest where nothing grows. It's not hard to imagine where you want to live. Those who have known only open skies and bountiful land could not comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force. And for that, we need the might of blessed siblings. There have been other ways to thrive, ways that don't require fighting. Well, I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone had their own perspective, but all their concerns were about the forest itself. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder that people here wish they had better land. And who better to get it for them than blessed siblings? Hard to convince people to stay in a place that can't provide what they need. You'd think the meteorites at least would have value, but apparently not. Hold on, didn't Terranville mention something about the meteorites? About that the ether they emit makes the plants grow blue? A rather significant physiological effect, I would say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways they influence the local flora. I noticed a curious amalgam of tree and meteorite just south of here. Determining precisely how they interact with one another may yield crucial insights. Everyone, I really appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks for your insights. We have a promising idea already. We just need a moment to investigate it further, so please bear with us. We'll be right back. I'll watch over things here while you're away. Go and help with your promise however you can. At first glance, this forest seems a haven of mysterious beauty, but the reality of living here is quite another matter. What a remarkable tree. I hope it will provide us with the insights we need. Brands that shrivel are so cursed. I think I can hazard a guess as to why. I had known that Yaktel was battered by a veritable deluge of meteorites long ago, but I never considered how their presence might be affecting the environment. Really is incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. But meteorites' etheric emissions are palpable even from this distance. Seeing this again makes me feel more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with an etheric affinity to this meteorite can thrive in this forest. If so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would by necessity possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned Najul tree. Indeed. I should like to analyze samples of meteorite before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Kyle could lend your expertise as well? I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well here. I think I see where you're getting at. If we can prove to them the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, maybe the people won't feel like blessed siblings are their only solution. So, how can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of the meteorite for you? There are plenty of fragments on the ground already. It should be enough for our purposes if we gather about 5 pieces each. Even better if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations. I will collect your pieces once you have them. Alright, meteorite collection, here we go. The Notte Giungia. So the reason this tree grew so big is because of the meteorite's energies? It does seem to have crystallized like ether down there. What are the others? Whoops! I should have brought better tools. Hard to imagine Aaronville unprepared for anything. Find your fragments? Much obliged. Alfino, Kryle, and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I am hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. I'll tell my sister to await our arrival at Mushutural Zuj, so go and meet her there. We will return with the results as soon as possible. Villagers are not kidding. It's dark enough so that it's actually kind of hard to see where you're going here. Especially in the lower cenotes. Really does feel like the Mamu here. They don't exactly want to leave. This is their home. But they also know it's hard to live here. So it just makes sense that they would have wanted to expand their territories. While at the same time, once Ulu Jaja came and promoted peace between the peoples, they must have felt like, well, yeah, peace, but we still got the uglier end of the deal. We have the liberty to leave, but that means leaving behind all that makes us us. And that's, I would say, the least practical side of tradition, that you feel like for progress you must abandon it. know the first thing about those Charlayan devices of him, but if they can be of help to Mamuk, I'm glad he has them. There's hope in this forest yet, Talke. I can feel it. I'm so sure Cyrilja would have choice words for us if he knew what we were up to. But his people are my people and I can't ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to this tragedy. Many are depending on me, but Kul Jaja not least of all. Anyway, I'm sure Kona and the others will be back with a report soon. Good, everyone is assembled. In light of our news, I thought it only right to call the others. Thanks to the efforts of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights. And I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier we asked about the hopes you place in blessed siblings, why they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards this forest. From a lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops, in all respects have you ever struggled to build a prosperous home, thus your understandable desire for new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest uniquely valuable. That is, the soil. Our tests have proven without a doubt that the Jatika heartland is abundantly fertile. This may be surprising to hear as you have seen crops fail time and time again, but we have discovered the root of this problem as well. The meteorites scattered through your forest emit an unusual energy that greatly influences the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najul and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution is simple. Across the salt, in a place called Charlayan, there is a peerless collection of flora sampled from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via LinkPearl. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates will be shipped here in short order. Just as Yorse acquired the popoto and tomato from Tural, so too Mamuk benefit from foreign crops. You mean we'd be able to grow more than Najul here? Precisely. While care must be taken to choose those species that will not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem, your agricultural options should increase markedly. With the right crops, Mamuk will have all it needs to prosper both at home and in trade. Blessed siblings don't have to be the answer anymore. Then there was never any need to fight? Never any need to sacrifice? We can't change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. I know blessed siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can't be easy. But I'll prove that when we work together, our combined strength can achieve anything. Show us, Promise. If there's another way for our children and our home, we'll no longer suffer in silence. Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. Would you say a few words, Salke? Saving the star is far beyond the scope of our needs, but I acknowledge the value of allies. We've said what we wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade in the feet of Brotherhood, and clear the way to Mamuk's bright new future. Do not give us cause to question our faith in you, please. Live up to your words. I will. After we complete his feat, let's be sure to tell Cyril Ja the good news about his forest. I'm sure he's as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods will grow here. Compassion even for the likes of him. You continue to eclipse me in every way. Then it is a simple choice. We're counting on you, Woklamat. Woklamat's gone ahead to announce her readiness. I never imagined the samples we so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here, but if they help these people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades where Soralja made his own attempt. The final feat awaits. And it promises to be a good one. Okay, here goes. Someone has gone to fetch Cyrilja. He should be here soon. Hey, the several cutscenes warning! Interesting eye level.
Cyrilja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass blessed siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade, and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are. each and every one of us. But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Vali Yarmanda.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her.
Claimants are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt.
I see. In that case... It seems I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust.
What are you scheming?
Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps. Not our brother. Not Bakul Jaja. And not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne. This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
I could always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might. Gulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed, arise!
Everyone ready?
Born ready.
No hard feelings, Papa. I've got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders, and the only way forward is through you.
Their research guides the journey.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
How is this?
Some manner of paralyzing effect. Defend the afflicted!
We must free them! Target the constricting flames!
None can outrun my flames.
Oh, that is cool.
Together, we shall triumph!
She barely made it.
I know not who you are. How you plot tenacity.
Surely this will quench your thirst for battle.
Ah.
Resolve the risen Kindle. By crimson wrath be sundered.
Whoa. Whoa.
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you have the strength to stand up to this?
I will be the next Dawn servant. I will protect my people.
Oh.
Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet.
We will see the MSQ become Dawn servant. Fortuna Yola!
You can't see me right now, but that was freaking cool.
That's my old man for you.
That was a hard duty.
refuse to accept this.
Ain't that a bit stubborn? Even for you.
Erugadin? It couldn't be...
Captain Ram?
Tanqua! It's been too long.
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
Also, he's rather good looking.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume?
No! Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor, the one with the pickled cabbage.
We can talk about me cabbage later. Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
We're not her minions.
Comrades, you believe a ruler should be reliant upon such?
I believe a ruler needs to rely on them.
Together, we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
With friendship and community. With us.
If you mean to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone.
Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Kona. Thank you.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuklamat is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but am truly grateful to have met you.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
You've still moms to go yet, Wuklama. The ride ain't over till you find the city of gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
Oh. Let's go and tell the people of our victory. Your promise. You brought everyone, or were you just coming to see you? We did it, Miladia. We proved to the Arch that not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you could. I was right to trust you. You fulfilled your promise, now it's our turn. You've shown us another way, that we can build the lives we've always wanted, here in our homeland without sacrifice. Since our new crops will come from across the salt, I suppose we will have to treat with outsiders as equals, of course. Inside or outside, we're all just people, no matter what we look like or where we're born. When you're not used to all the color and variety, differences can feel like obstacles. But learning more about what makes us different, we can also find common ground in places we never expected. Something new may become something you love, and someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You'll never know unless you keep an open mind. And while it may feel scary, taking that first step towards understanding is always worth it. Of course, learning about outsiders may well help Mamuk grow. But what happens when they learn about us, about what we've done? They will not. For generations, our covenant has been kept secret, and so shall it remain. The atrocities committed here were facilitated by the authors. We and no one else are responsible. For my deeds, I am prepared to forfeit my life, but I will not suffer others to be damned alongside me. No one's being damned, and your life isn't forfeit. The last thing this city needs is more death. But Kuljajas hasn't fought this hard for this long only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend an understanding to others on behalf of Mamuk. Your community is waiting for you, here and to Liola. We can still make things right, my love. Just a different side of history. Thank you, third promise. Thank you for everything. You still owe me an explanation about that cabbage, you know? The people of Mamuk have accepted you. Merchants and vendors are now available for use. Same no place for a proper chat. Cabin's just north of city. Blue eyes above, as people here call it on account of me dazzling twinklers. So our working theory on Kettenram is he wasn't lost at sea, he just decided to head off to the new world? To its darkest recesses, for that matter? Wow, this is a pretty nice place. Wonder how long it's been since he settled down here. I've heard that upon Kettenram's disappearance, explorers from across the Earth banded together in search of him, but I doubt they ever thought to look here. The man values his privacy. A rather humble residence for a legendary explorer, who would have expected a manor decorated with exotic treasures. Not but 4 walls and a roof, but enough for most folk. Make yourselves comfortable. Why did they choose to settle down in Mamuk? They haven't exactly been welcoming to outsiders, legendary explorer or otherwise. All the more reason to keep a weather eye on them. Though seeing how Ia won them over, methinks I have less need for vigilance. I'm here at Gulu Jaja's behest to ensure his hard-won peace is kept, and incidentally to remind Cyrilja of his duty as elector should he have forgotten it. My old man ordered you to stay here? That's no way to treat an honored guest. I'd say I'm more than your father's guest by now. But didn't you see the sepulchre atop Warhorse Romor? That's right. Kettenram was one of the names. Your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in many a battle, Boligarmanda being but one of our triumphs. He and I are brothers. So when your brother tells you to stand watch, you stand watch. You trust in his judgment and his strength of will, even if that means you have to sit out the occasional scrap. Surely you understand such a bond, surrounded as you are by all these bright and eager faces. I do. My comrades are my strength, and it's thanks to them that I understand Papa's hope for this nation, what I must continue to protect. Then prove your readiness for the throne, Uklamat. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. With these ones beside me, even uncovering a legend should be child's play. Especially since I believe I already have. That was quick. All by yourself? How? When? Well, as you know, electors are forbidden from giving unfair advantage to claimants. So when Muruk refused to divulge why my grandfather passed through Ikshprash 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. You think Galuf's visit has something to do with the Golden City? Precisely. Moreover, only the Yokui who live in Yaktel ever dreamt those golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude have been known to receive visions. And if Gerfurler's abilities are at all representative, the Yokui are no stranger to the arcane. Which means the dreamers of old likely owe their experiences to their inherent qualities and their proximity to the city itself, here in these forests. Then all we need to do is search Yaktel from top to bottom, right? It would behoove us to try and narrow our focus. To that end, I propose that we return to Mamuk and make inquiries. While there, we can take the opportunity to see to any necessary tribal preparations. When everyone is ready, let us assemble at the Aetheryte. You are Kachia's boy, aren't you? She told me about you. Said she tasked you with finding the Golden City. I might even succeed despite my best efforts. I had begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proved as much. Yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Uklamat's not the only one to have grown thanks to her comrades. We'll find it. Together. Was I ever that young? You waited for me? It seems Captain Ram knows my mentor, so we chatted a bit longer. Alfinone said to meet by the Aetheryte, so I'll see you there. Now, where are they? Merchants were more than happy to mend my gear and sell me supplies. One would hardly believe that they were ever adverse to aiding visitors. You won't believe how many Najul they gave me. Now all we need is a hint to point us in the right direction. City of Gold, here we come. I think I can offer that much. I have an inkling of where the Golden City might be. Elijah and Cyrilja, you come to help us? As an elector, I am forbidden from speaking of the Golden City, but my wife is beholden to not know such constraints. Then anything you can tell us will be greatly appreciated. Our people have lived here for centuries. There is no corner of this forest we do not intimately know, save for one. Do you recall the place I showed you where my son confessed the truth of blessed siblings? That stone pier stands at the entrance of the Sky Deep Cenote, the final resting place for children we lost to idolatry. Precious few are permitted beyond the cenotaph doors, and we have not yet explored its deepest recesses. If the Golden City is in Yaktel, it may well be hidden there. Will you permit us to search for it? I have no reason to refuse you. No longer will we rely on blessed siblings, nor will we conceal sacrifices made to conceive them. The cenote is no longer under our protection. It is a dismal burial ground, and our children deserve better. Their bodies will be moved to a place of comfort and peace. I'm sure Bakul Jaja would appreciate that, and we're here to offer any help, if you need it. Your father also visited the cenote, come to think of it. It was many years ago by now, but a notable affair due to the foreigner he brought with him. A mage, I believe. Truly? The town servant did not disclose his reasons, but he descended past our cenotaph and into the old Yokui quarries. Doubtless the very same ones excavated by Voporlo's dreamers. Then the Golden City must be there. In the depths of the sky deep cenote. Thank you, both of you. We'll set out straight away. You'll find a winged beast or two lingering in Gokdral descent. They will carry you below. I believe in you through promise. You will make a magnificent dawn servant. This is it, everyone. To the sky deep cenote. I don't remember what these beasts are called, but I freaking love them. Such an amazing mount. This is the cenotaph, which means that beyond these doors is writer succession or not, disturbing the souls that rest here feels wrong. I know, but I can't turn back. Pay our respects at the very least. Go. I'm ready to complete my journey. Here we go. Alright. Thanatops are notorious for attracting malefic creatures. We must exercise all due caution. I don't know what's down there, but I'm eager to see it with my own eyes. Wukivu, Mablu, so many people have helped us reach this moment. Let us honor their generosity and find the Golden City at last. Part of me is sad to see our journey end, but I have to see what's waiting for us in there. Alright, we'll take this. Oh god. When you think each one of those turns is an attempt at a two-headed mammal, your stomach kinda churns. Feather ray. Okay. Oh! Okay, I am kinda glad I said look away. That I still almost got nicked badly. Bubbles. Oh! 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 Like, Biako, but way faster. Oh! Okay. That's close. So many blink and you'll miss it moments. I am not entirely sure what happened there. Didn't it go off? Oh no, I'm disconnecting. No! No game, this is a terrible moment. Dang it. That was... I'm glad I didn't disconnect because I did not want to get back on the queue, but that was kinda terrifying. Our workers have fallen. Activate firearms. Those look like cannons. I'm worried. Burger method. Okay. What is that circle? Oh, oh! That is kind of huge. Okay, that one isn't too hard. Not too shabby. Oh, yikes. Okay, where is it infected? Hope I got it right. Where's he going? Where's he going? Oh, barely dodged that one. Oh, wow. That's... what? That's very big. Okay, bye. Oh, moly, he's even bigger than I thought. Okay. God. Oh God. Oh no! Okay. I may have done it soon. Damn it. Ew. Warsaw. Possible. Very mechanical. It's very cool. They keep it.
I thought this place was of Yokwi origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
Okay, after a 3,000 person queue, I would actually was not expecting the game to fully boot back into cutscene. I actually was thinking I was going to do the entire dungeon again. This was unexpected and I absolutely was not prepared for this. I'm sorry that this stream is restarting on such an abrupt point. Alright, I am extremely relieved not to have to do all of that dungeon over again. So, let's enjoy the cutscene.
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time.
Don't tell me it's the Allagans again.
While careful study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
could it be?
There's something on the other side, but how did we get over there?
Magic.
That's how, apparently.
Right then. Let's go and take a look.
That seal. That's Charlian and no mistake.
Oh.
How do we open it?
Come and look at this. Your tablets might be a good fit, wouldn't you say?
Leave it to Alfino.
Oh wow.
Is this it? The Golden City?
No, not there yet.
Though there is some resemblance, it doesn't quite live up to what the Yokwi described from their dreams.
More like some sort of lobby?
Well done! Well done indeed. You, my dear daughter, have found the entrance to the City of Gold and triumphed in the right of secession.
So we did it. it to the end!
You seem more perplexed than joyous.
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone. So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Nothing less than the golden city of legend, I assure you. No circumstance prevents us from opening the gate. As to what the city is and what Gall of Maltesium discovered all those years ago, this knowledge and more, I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
The Golden City is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
Come, let us return to Tuliola.
Home at last.
Alright, let's get back to the MSQ. We've lost a fair bit of ground with that 90k in error, but we should be able to get a little bit more progress done. I also... What level is MSQ we're at like now? We're really just halfway through. Very likely we just got red herring. Well, we've done it. We've seen Nulkalamat to victory in the right of succession. Like me, I expect you have no few questions about the Golden City, but they must wait until our claimant has settled into her new role. Even as we speak, she prepares for the ascension ceremony back at the palace, and given to understand it will be held in a few days' time. In the meantime, let us all enjoy some well-deserved rest. Ooh. That warning again. I think it's like the second time we get it today. Alright, let's do this. Welcome back, and may I congratulate you on Wukalamak's victory in the right of succession. It is our great honor to host the comrades of our future Dawn servant. Such a grand journey has doubtless left you fatigued. Please relax and enjoy your stay. Surprised to see me? I suppose it's only natural. May I come in? I haven't properly thanked you. That my sister was able to realize her potential is testament to the quality of her traveling companions, particularly you. For that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. It was just moral support, pretty much. Yeah. My primary business in calling is to deliver a message from Lamachi. As you know, after the Ascension ceremony, she will officially take up the mantle of Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept a post within her administration. Ugh. While making no mention of me. What? You need to decide immediately. My sister will broach the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist Lamachi or not is up to you. That is all, if you'll excuse me. You have become someone irreplaceable to her. As her brother, I acknowledge that with no little jealousy. But believe me when I say that I hope you will stay by her side. That infinitely complicates matters. And thus it arrived. The day of the Dawn Servant Ascension ceremony.
What a crowd! As befits the changing of Dawn Servants.
It's starting.
The Dawn Servant!
Look! He's here!
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least.
People of Tuliolal, you honor us with your presence. For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawn Servants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present the claimant, whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph and the city of gold.
Yes, please turn off if you're
My
below.
daughter, Wook Lamat.
But thank you for lurking.
Huzzah! Huzzah! Long live the Dawn Servant! Long live Tuliolal!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tulihiolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelupelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude, to know when to push through and when not to push your luck. From the moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. And in Kozamauka, I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we're remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I tasted Shebruk Bibil, the dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shebral and Mamurja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community, for we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive, and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulihyolol I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because if there's one thing my journey has taught me, it's that your happiness is my happiness! I say mine, but the Dawn Servant doesn't need to be a single person, does it?
Oh dear. What is she doing?
My father led Tulihyolol to prosperity by the resolve and reason of his 2 heads. But my one head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else. Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be Dawn Servant with me, Kona?
Ah, relief.
Mamachi, are you certain?
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve. Together, we make a full Dawn servant.
You'll have no objections from me, of course. But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. I was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tuli Yolal prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister, to give you cause to smile. That is my heartfelt desire.
Glad this didn't go to waste. This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tuli Hyola saga where you and I become the next Dawn servant.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
With this, both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud. Of course you knew. It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
It cannot be. The head of reason is no longer with us.
Oh, tragic tidings.
I didn't want to believe it.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen. Planning the right was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. And then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard. But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself.
Though not quite to the original script, your new Dawn servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuliolol.
Oh, that is actually pretty sad. Buklamat was brilliant up there, wasn't she? That part with the second promise was surprising, but between the two of them, either say our new Dawn servants will be capable of anything. The future of Tuliolal is bright indeed. Earlier in Yaktel,
Changes in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand. Every Ilmer father's daughter, that one. I'll be watching where you steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left. Buklamat has truly come into her own, has she not? Indeed, even as she moved the people with her heartfelt words, she retained her characteristic spontaneity, as evidenced by her nomination of Kwana as fellow Dawn servant. Sudden as it was, I would like to believe she gave it all due consideration. She could do far worse. Kona completed every feat except the last, and that he only forfeited to help Buklamat secure victory. I look forward to seeing how Tuliolal will prosper under her care. Their care. Oofa, here it comes. Everyone, thank you for coming. I could see you all perfectly from up there. That was an impressive speech, Dawn Servant. I told you, no titles! Besides, after everything we've been through together, you're nothing less than family.
So, like my family does, I like you all to call me Lamachi. Be my honor, Lamachi. Thank you. It means a lot to me. It will also be my honor to call you Lamachi. Mine as well. Indeed. Consider us yours and cousins, if such a notion appeals to you. Yours and cousins. It's a little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. There are still lots I'd like to say, but I need to make my rounds first. I want to thank my supporters who are visiting on this occasion. Could you wait for me here? Of course, we'll keep ourselves entertained. That said, would you join me, Talke? Wonderful. Come and meet me outside the Winged Walk then. Ready? Let's go. Our first stop is Auntie's Tacos, and not just for a snack, I promise. Ukevu and Mabulu should be there. Oh, tacos? Absolutely. Dawn servant Wuklamat. Words cannot well express the profound joy your ascension has brought me. No need for formalities. I'm still the same old me. Alright then, I shall forgo formalities. But I cannot. You are the Dawn servant. How disrespectful it is to address you without your due title. As Dawn servant, I am ordering you not to bother with formalities. Alright then, I won't bother anymore. I swear. Ukevu lives in a constant state of flux. I could more easily converse with a drunken alpaca. Thank you for helping Wuklamat become Dawn servant, Talke. Political opinions in our community may have been divided, but a Dawn servant's ascension presents us all with a prime opportunity, which is why I convinced everyone to participate with a commemorative sales campaign. A wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant. I do like the sound of a sale, so long as I'm not persuaded to buy too much. It's so good to see all of you again. I wanted to personally thank all of you for your help. The feat of reeds and the feat of gold were my first true tests as a claimant. If not for your guidance, I would have failed the rite of succession before I fully understood its importance. Now that you've given me a taste for celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Tuliyola has to offer. In Shakturel, for instance. As always, you must observe proper etiquette. I will be happy to offer my services as a tutor, should you desire them. Can't think of no better instructor. I'll be sure to bring Khan as well. Your duties as Dawn servant will be plentiful, but don't forget your promise to attend Ihana next season. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. When I have made a name for myself as a merchant, I'll come by the palace and tell you all about my biggest sales. I look forward to it. I have been personally attending to your alpaca scare. There we hope to see you at the ranch again. Tell my fluffy Speedfield friend that Wuklamat will visit soon. Anyway, you'll have to excuse us. Oh, you haven't seen Fonjanten around here, have you? A tall, slim fellow with long, pointy ears? I saw a man matching that description by the weapons dealer in Bayside Bevy. in the company of a moblin and a pair of yokui, if I remember correctly. Bayside Vevi, got it. Enjoy the festivities, everyone. And the tacos. My partial hotel is at risk. Wow, Gordlurfer really is hard to miss. Look at the size of his hitbox, holy smokes. I have not come to Tulioil in quite some time. The citizens behold the high luminary with awe. No doubt few have seen one of his station or his stature. But friend, Ragnarok is grateful for this meet again. Ukla, Star Servant, Talke, you honor us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Tulioil isn't a short one. A long road will travel to congratulate new Dawn Servants. To hear the head of reason had passed bring me sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the accolades of this day be as offerings to the future he envisioned. The File Luminary and I attend on behalf of Warlord's Echo. Had our people come en masse, we would have been an obstruction. Nonsense! You're always welcome, all of you. This is your city as much as anyone's. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, Talke. Though I know little of the particulars, I can only imagine your latest adventure has been both long and colorful. Beginning with near shipwreck, if you'll remember. Yet here we stand, celebrating the ascension of your claimant. When my journey began, I thought only of preserving the peace that my father worked so hard to create. But the feat of pots, of proof, and of ice showed me that peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in safety and happiness, that was what my father envisioned for this nation. That's the Tulioil I want for you all. So I promise you this. As Dawn Servant, I will do everything I can to bring that same happiness to the bandits in Kosamauka and the Yokui in Chiwarugur Faltern. I won't forsake them. As I was moved by your father's influence, so too may the Chiwarugur come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood for a millennium. While not easily shifted, neither are they immutable. Well, I can be pretty determined. They'll come around eventually, mark my words. I can vouch for the efficacy of such determination. Thanks to the Moblin's hospitality, I have been able to rediscover the joy of my craft and honor my father's legacy. Now that good living is secure, the village overflows with field smiles. Such cooperation between Helphands and Potsorn is the very spirit of a healthy pot pact. A partnership like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic pieces you produce. There are other people I'd like to see, so we should take our leave. Let's try and find Humurok. Dakshprashrak? I believe I saw him on the sands below. The Gleam Sands. Thank you. Enjoy your time in the city, and remember, this will always be your home too. Whoops. I guess we can just go from below. What a wonderful variety of foods and flavors they have here. I must be sure to bring some home for the others. You must think my attendance incongruous to such an auspicious occasion. Yet, as author of Mamuk, I have a duty to represent the goodwill of my people. My, you honor us with a personal visit, Dawn Servant. Congratulations upon your ascension. No, none of that. My title may have changed, but I'm still just Wuklamat. More than just, I'd say. You have grown into a leader fit for this nation. Your father must be proud. I hope so. But big events like this make me wonder, you know? What my birth parents might say if they knew. I imagine they would say that it fills their hearts with joy to see the strong, compassionate woman you have become. I owe you my thanks as well, for fulfilling your promise to me. I told Bakul Jaja to stay with us so we could all congratulate you in person. But he marched off, muttering something about not being able to feed you just yet. The boy needs purpose, beyond catering to the demands of others. He was always too obliging for his own good. I'm sure he'll find it in his own time, especially if he knows his family is there for him. That we are. By the by, have you seen Keterum anywhere? Tankwa, that is. Keterum, was it? A strong name, if a bit exotic. We called upon him before leaving Mamuk, but he wasn't at home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony either. The first promise was notably absent as well, so I assume he required time to solve his injured pride. Everyone thought he'd be the one to succeed Papa. My victory must have come as quite a shock to him. As for Tankwa, I'm sure he's around here somewhere, or ready to appear when we least expect him. We'd best be going, but relax, enjoy, and make yourselves at home, and come and visit us anytime. Alright, I think I found everyone I could find. Let's return to the others in the wing walk. I'm gonna be honest, I think Cyrilia owes its son an apology. Because while his mother seems a fair bit more compassionate than his father ever was towards him, there probably is a part of his personality that just lended itself to doing what he did. Because even with terrible expectations put upon your shoulders, you just don't randomly become that kind of cheating piece of trash. But there also was a good weight of expectations that I feel definitely influenced in making him who he became. I don't think it's only up to him to heal from the Mamul he became. All on his lonesome. It definitely is not his role alone. and it's something definitely his family needs to also participate in. Welcome back. I hope you didn't rush on our account.
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
I have. Sorry for keeping you all. Now, there's just one last matter. What Kona spoke to you about. I'm sure he made it abundantly clear, but I'm completely serious. I want you to stay in Tulihiola with me. I'm not forcing you, of course, but should you wish it, you'll always have a place here. Ah, that's right. This is for you. A permit granting passage to Shatural, which, as I recall, you've yet to see. An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no? I can't believe our journey is over already. You accepted me as a comrade and stood with me to the end. You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Well, I had better get going. I need to start learning all my official Dawn servant duties. I'll be sure to share what my old man says about the Golden City too, once he tells me. Till then, feel free to pass the time as you like.
For now, I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Sharlayan.
What about the rest of you?
Alize and I also intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel there are even more lessons to be had for Garlemald. By hearing about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamuk, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it. And by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints.
Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tulihiola as well.
By all means. Your rooms are at your disposal for as long as you need them.
And what of you? Thinking of touring Shatural, perhaps?
Mm-hmm.
Of course. You're hardly the type to leave half a continent unexplored.
Then perhaps we could travel together? The person I intend to meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my hometown in Shatural. If you have no particular destination in mind, I'd be happy to guide you en route.
That sounds like a really good idea.
Then it's farewell for now. Take care, all of you.
When you're ready, come and meet me at the Shaktural Skygate.
We're friends to the end, you hear me? Friends to the end!
Right. I guess we can just continue on then. One second, please. Alright, let's keep going. Past these gates and over the bridge lies Shaktural. You have your permit, Rest? Packed and ready? No last minute stops to make before we leave? Forgive me. I'm afraid traveling with our new Dawn servant may have scarred me for life. Huh? But... how? This is the gate to the Golden City? 2 decades ago, your father bade me transcribe a letter to a scholar across the salt, petitioning the study of this place. When he discovered was something the Dawn Servant feared enough to seal away forever. Or so we thought until the right subjective became the City of Gold. But to think that Tanquo could be entrusted with its safekeeping. Had I known that doddering old fool carried a set of keystones, we might have spared ourselves those tiresome feats. Great power sleeps here, and with it you shall obtain your birthright. So you say, yet the new Dawn servants succeeding where I could not. Taking their throne will be no easy task. The resilient son underestimates his own potential. There is no need for worry. I have liberated the key from the Dawn Servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gate. You will gain all you were denied. The right, your father's shade, these bitter memories soon shall be forgotten. Seize your future promise. Open the gate and become the ruler you were destined to be. It's working. Someone there? Can hear me? Last. Who's there? Show yourself. Only I could. Alas, the gate will not open for me. Only the key in your possession can connect us. Then you are the guardian of the city's great power? I do not claim this power is great, but the knowledge I possess is enough to realize any desire, to remake worlds. Is that so? Fascinating. Name your prize then, for my desire is the world itself. Yes, yes. The resilient sun rises. Together we shall create a nation worthy of our rule. Promise. Come. The useless tool is cast aside. Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will. As you wish, but in exchange, what? Not fair. Erinville is ready to set off. Let's go. Yes. 10% your travel pass to that guard and let us be off. You won't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bridge to Shaktural is a wonder in its own right. This gate is barred to all save those with express permission from one of the Dawn servants. Signed by Val Wuklamat herself. My apologies, miss. If you would wait here just a moment.